Hey everyone, welcome to episode 109. We're going to continue where we left off in the previous live stream yesterday with, well, the power upgrade. So I'm going to get straight into it. Got a lot to do and not a lot of time. And yeah, so yesterday, just as a recap, set up the new platform for the new power plant. Set down 672 coal generators, did some logistical reworking, freeing up the coal pipeline belts, conveyor belts from the first pod, the primary pod. Placed in some merge structures into the existing power plant so that it can take over entirely being on coal provision instead of compacted coal. And yeah, and did some finagling with a blueprint to get a very large blueprint into place using Satisfactory calculator and repeated saves and reloads and whatever. And yeah, a little bit of a masterpiece, if I say so myself, but a hack. It is a hack. but pushing the envelope with this save and this playthrough in any case, so it doesn't really matter, I think. But yeah, let's just get a bit of an overview over what's been done. As you can see, the infrastructure has gotten quite a bit bigger since we left off last year, pre-Fixmas. And we've had a couple of episodes, a couple of live streams going through everything and seeing how things are going. And yeah, things are looking good. Things are looking up. And I'll get into it and continue doing it today. So we've placed down the first two sets of logistical structures, including the pipeline, the new piping structure, with the intention to actually have this functioning properly and have a fully balanced setup. So yeah, I think it's going to look good. We got 82 more of these logistical structures to place. And yes, this is one blueprint. And that's why I say a little bit of finagling yesterday, using Satisfactory Calculator to get it all into one blueprint using the standard Mark 1 blueprint designer. That's, like I said, a little bit of Satisfactory Calculator magic, but we got there, and it looks like it works pretty well. And now, without further ado, we'll get into it even further. So, just for brevity's sake, this is the blueprint. As you can see, it is quite a large structure. And that's got everything we'd need for, basically, it's not just logistics, it's the actual production of the compacted coal. And yeah, lots of fun. Oh, now let's head off. We're gonna place this little monstrosity. Actually, I wonder, maybe I do... No, we can go this way. Let's get some tunes up. There we go. So let's just break through the first one. Page down. Where's my... Oh, there we go. Oh, we're lined up. Why does that feel too high? Let's just double check. Oh, no, it's actually spot on. No, we don't want to go all the way. How much of a gap do we have? Oh, we don't. It's actually pretty close. There we go. Don't know if we actually need to do that opening. So that's one. 81 to go. And one over. Actually, I think this might actually help removing it. That's good. It was an easy marker, but this is the best I've got. So this is going to take a little while. So just trying to figure out what's going to be the easiest way to place this. And there isn't really, because it's not sort of latching down onto a particular structure. That's alright. We'll get there eventually. And we won over. Oops, right. Oops. Too far. Maybe. Well, that seems to be easier. It's less jumping about. Yeah, it's definitely an easier way to place it. And I believe it's going a little bit faster as well. Tell you what, it's still, even though there's a 84 total placements, it's certainly a lot easier than having to build each of these structures manually. And I remember the days with no blueprints. Wow. And you didn't, I mean, you did. You built big factories. Many of us did, but just the work involved. And that was just, it was unreal. Hours upon hours of just manually placing belts and there's still, to a certain extent, hours upon hours of manually placing stuff. But it's easier. It is much easier. See. There we go. Oh, we're nearly at the end of the first layer. Oops. Hey, Velius. Right now, welcome to the stream. Right now, it's placing a very large blueprint. Just to give you a snippet of what's going on. I'm placing the blueprint. There's a larger structure underneath with assemblers and all that sort of thing. This is basically compacted coal production. And once all the blueprints have been placed, there's a total of 84 of them. Placing down the 252. It's a total of 252 water extractors. 6 of them have already been placed to support the infrastructure for this new coal power plant, compacted coal power plant. This will add another 50 gigawatts to my power structure so that I can continue this extraordinarily mammoth build I've sort of set out for myself. So that's pretty much the plan at this point in time. And then after that it'll be a little bit of maybe a little bit of decoration, but basically to get some power into this world, some additional power, let's put it that way. Because down yonder, sort of give you you can see the size of this thing. Over there is the original power plant that's currently consuming power. Need lots and lots and lots of power. That is the Citadel over there. That's the Project Assembly building. Basically, I'm trying to consume every resource on the map. Well, I won't, but, that's trying to do that. And I need the power to be able to build the factories that need to produce the items for that. For steel, there is a larger plan afoot. I can give you a general idea if you wish. At the moment, I'm focusing on literally just phase 1 and phase 2 project assembly. So I've still got to build my ingotoriums. And water infrastructure, basically all the ironworks. That's all going to be built out still. But I'm basically going through. Yes, it is. But steel's not part of the plan initially. I've got to do some of the basic stuff still. I've only got to start a factory, and these 2 coal power plants, once they're established, will give me enough power to be able to start building out the other mega factories for the rest of the components for phase 1 and phase 2. I can give you a run through of the plan if you wish. I'll keep it short, but I can show you the Satisfactory modeler setup that I've got going. How many? Well, it's been the last one. This is now. Let's have a look. One, 2, 3, 4. Cool. Let me just place this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're good. Alright, then next will be down here. Let's go over to Satisfactorymodeler and I can show you the plan. So this is the count of the power plant currently that I'm busy mapping out. But this is the overall master plan. We're currently over here just building out the starts of the power grid. And each of these outposts are essentially mega factories. This is the Citadel. It's broken up into yes, I know. I've told myself that multiple times. Basically, I'm trying to consume a lot more than what the map can provide. I've come up with the concept of these pods, placing 20 miners on a node. And the Citadel's broken up into these 5 essential layers. Okay. Yeah, I used to do that as well, and then I got into Excel, and that sort of drove my brain nuts, and then I found a Satisfactorymodeler, and I'll tell you what, it's much easier. So, like for example, phase 1, we got 250 machines actually going to be producing smart plating. In phase 2, we've got our versatile framework and automated wiring. They've got their machine structures and all that sort of story as well, and so on and so forth for phase 3, phase 4, and phase 5. Now, all those structures, the initial layouts have been set up. So, in terms of their inputs, the actual buildings for phase 3, 4, and 5 aren't there yet, so I can't do that as yet because I haven't even unlocked phase 3. Still busy with phase 1 and 2. And yeah, so the Citadel is going to be just literally project assembly, and everything else is going to feed into it. So, for example, the iron ingot factory, which will be built in probably multiple phases. There is a little trick that I did find with Modeler. So when it does the calculations, things go to get a little bit wonky. Where is it? I actually got a tips and tricks video for Modeler on YouTube. Where is it? Is it here? These settings look different. No, that's not it. Style. Nope. Oh, yes, it's setting the calculator to manual. What I found when it does the automated thing, it sort of like goes into a loop and sometimes crashes. So I always use my calculation to manual. It has obviously some caveats, but it seems to work a lot better, especially when you start doing the overclocking and underclocking. This is the ingotorium. So this will be built out in multiple phases. This is using the alternate recipe for leached iron. And then we've obviously got our primary smelters, which will be pretty much serving for most of the initial build until I can unlock the alternate recipe. If I do unlock this a lot earlier, I might be able to transition away from smelters and not have so many smelters. But yes, that's 5,211, say to 5,212 smelters just for iron ingots that need to be provided. And that's just an example, but each one of these outposts is essentially a mega factory in its own right. some 572 manufacturers for the heavy encased frames and so on and so forth. Yeah, that's with acid, correct. So that's only available much later in the phases. I believe it was phase 4. I'd stand to be corrected, but yeah. But yeah, that's brought in later on to cater for the later ingots and whatever that need to be built. And there's the steel that you were asking about. Initially, it's going to use the solid steel ingot, and there's also the coke steel ingot that'll come in later as well. Yeah, so in terms of the actual, like the power grid itself, currently we're at compacted coal region, currently consuming 2400 a minute. My problem with, yes, I think you do, but my problem with water is something that is of a big concern right now. I'm looking at my current structure requiring nearly 4,000 water extractors, and and that's all overclocked at 250%. I don't know if I'm going to be able to place that many. It's the one problem child, to be honest. Everything else seems feasible in terms of logistics, and I say seems with a very big asterisk. It's just, yeah, I might end up having to scale this whole project down quite considerably and not actually do what I was planning to do, which will be disappointing, but you know, where there's a will, there's a way. No, I don't believe I've done packing of water. I think because of resource shortages, but it's something that I actually was thinking about a week or so ago that maybe I should actually look into. It might produce an efficiency that I haven't catered for, especially being able to use belts instead of pipes. Because, you know, belts you can clip and all that sort of thing a lot easier, and not that I want to, but you know, to save space and whatever, I could potentially do that. But yeah, it's an unknown at this point in time. So in terms of like I was saying, the power, compacted coal, I've got nuclear, plutonium, fixonium, fuel, and augmenters all planned out for the future. The compacted coal factory currently sits at this setup, where we've got 353 coal generators producing for just over 25 gigawatts. Yes, I know, because you can loop them back in. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I haven't actually done it in the past. I've always just I haven't delved into the packaging of water. So yeah, it's actually a good idea. I need to review that sort of line of thinking. It might save a ton of time, especially with not having to run a billion pipes across the map. I've even thought of the whole concept of, you know, going under the map. But that produces its own level of potential issues. Yes and no. Fuel is being used elsewhere. Well, the oil's being used elsewhere. So I'm pretty much, I do have, you know, an excess of oil available. So yeah, oil will be a big part of the fuel structure as well. But the problem is, the inherent problem is I need the power sort of pretty soon, and relying on oil and all that sort of thing is not going to be an easy thing immediately. So the coal is easily available, and easy to implement since I've got it there already, right where I'm building out. So it's just at this stage, because of its ease of access, it's a better option right now. Yeah, it's not a bad idea actually. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. It's something to think about. Definitely something to think about. So let's get back in here. I do like the idea of going for the canisters though. The inherent problem is, for what I'm trying to achieve, I need a lot of power initially to start up. So yeah, it's unfortunately I've got a bit of a catch-22 with the size of the structure that I'm trying to build, which makes it difficult to decide which way to go first. Hey Rogue, how's it going? Up to 36 MK6 of empties running a highway around. 36 belts, MK6 belts of empties, full. Like right around the map sort of thing. How you doing, Rogue? Started half an hour ago. Gotten into placing the that little blueprint module we created yesterday. Valius has just been telling me about the use of canisters for water transport. Well, fluid transport, I suppose. Started 20, added 60 more. So, oh, dude, I share your crazy. Don't worry. If you really get a grasp of what I'm trying to do here, with the whole 20 miners per node and all that sort of thing, you'll think just the same. So yeah, but I do like that idea. So you literally got, so if I understand this correctly, you've literally got a highway, 36 lane highway of empty canisters running around the map, sort of like circumference around the map, to actually just transport fluid or liquid. Oh, nice. Nice, Rick. Welcome back. Glad to have you here. Getting there slowly. Tell you what, much easier with a blueprint. Man. And also not having to do a multi-part blueprint. So yeah, hack was was worth it. And saying that, even though I said yesterday I might not do it again, if I need to, I think I would. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't easy, but I think it's gonna save an immense amount of time. Oh, I remember the days. Nice. Really nice, values. That's a nice idea. I might actually I might use that idea. I'll see, because I tell you what, my water supply, the thing is, placing down, you know, like 5,000 smelters, for example, is one thing. You can build pretty wide, you can build pretty tall, so you can go really high up, and they're not massive machines. Oh yeah, I can imagine the lag would be quite heavy with that many items. But I mean, I suppose even with all their improvements and performance improvements, there's still going to be. And I mean, I've seen it just here, just in these large factories anyway. You do tend to get a little bit of lag sometimes. But yeah, I mean, that's also, you know, the thing with my water provider. Like I was saying, you place down like 5,000 smelters, you're gonna get lag and, you know, all the connections and all that sort of thing. But they don't take up that much space, each of them, because you can place them right next to each other. Whereas water extractors, they take up a fair chunk of space. I mean, pretty much, I would say 4 or 5 times that of a smelter, and that in itself is a nightmare. And the thing is, the other side of it also is, I've got to take into consideration, I've got only limited amount of like physical water area. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, we want to build big. We want to build as big as we can. Why not? And that's the whole name of the game, you know. Build big and just, you know, max out everything that we can do. That's the fun of it. Unfortunately, we have our limitations, but yeah. Northwest top. Yes. Yeah, it's the largest area. Now that's sort of where I'm hoping I can find enough space. I think, because there's also the risk I might, you know, extend over the what you call it, that insta-death margin. I think there's mods to get past that to a certain extent, but the problem also, like I was saying, is that the pipes, 5,000 extractors at 250% clock, that's 300 pipe. That's an MK1 pipe per water extractor. How much water? I need 1.4 million liters per minute. Hmm. 1.4 million liters per minute. That's the plan. It's like I said, it's the one resource that's scaring the living bejesus out of me, because all the others, you can pack them on top of each other, make them into a really tall tower, hide logistics under the map, all that sort of thing. That's a lot easier, but the pipes, the extractors themselves, they do take up an inordinate amount of space. Well, for everything, really. So the is going to go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different outposts. And they go from sulfuric acid, aluminum scrap, which I must say there is some feedback. So like okay, so it's 1.4 million for the entire build, but I only need to produce just under 1.2 from water extractors, because there's 160,000, I think it is, that comes from the actual resource wells, and like the aluminum scrap, that has a byproduct of water. So where there's byproducts, that feeds back in. So we've got nitric acid, we've got fuel. What else? There is a couple more that need. Well, there's 10 of them, but there's the. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Copper ingots. There's the alternate recipe for copper ingots, pure copper. And obviously you did mention, the alternate for iron, the pure copper, pure iron ingot as well. And all those things. I mean, if I add a pure iron ingot into the mix, that's going to add a higher load. No. See, this is the thing. I haven't actually started any of these builds yet. So my focus alright, so we're at episode 109, right? And I started this build close on like physical time 2 years ago. Oh, I've got this one placed already. 18 months ago. I mean, I haven't played, daily or anything, and there were actually several months that I didn't play at all. But it's been something that's been going for quite some time. Yes, yeah. See, that's exactly what I was saying. There's the aluminum recipes. There are a few of them that actually have their byproduct of water, and that'll feed back into the system. So that's why I say I won't need to produce. There's about, I think if the math serves me correctly, about 15 to 20% of my requirement is actually going to come out of the loopback stuff. And that's sort of thought out and planned for, and part of the design. But a lot of those only come in phase 3 and phase 4. And right now I haven't even finished phase 2. So I mean, yeah, I could go through the fast unlock process and all that sort of thing, but I could actually just do the bare minimum just so that I could unlock phase 2 and 3. But what it does do is it changes the overall design that I've got, and it has an impact on that scale. So it's also, I've been, sort of planning this out and trying to find that balance. But actually, you do have a point. So maybe I'll have a little bit of a closer look before I actually do get started into building the factories, because maybe there's a factor that I haven't actually considered, and that, doing those quick unlocks, just to do the bare minimum, just so that I can get phase 1 and phase 2 unlocked, might actually be more useful, and then just worry about providing to those structures that I've got there at a later date. I've just got to be, considerate of what I've already done with regards to the Citadel, that I don't go and completely turn the plan on its head, because it's quite far in terms of, the logistics have been laid out, the core logistics have been laid out in terms of what is going to be needed. So I can't go and make drastic changes at this stage. All right, let me show you something. Let me finish placing these ones, and then I'll show you why I'm hesitant to rebuild. I mean, technically, changes should not impact. Oh, that one's done. Technically, the changes should not impact. Let me just save the game here. Technically, those changes at those factory levels should not change or impact the Citadel. I suppose as long as I'm ultimately producing the same quantity of stuff. Let's actually, we can go. Oh no! Oh, I missed it. As long as I'm producing the same quantity of things for the Citadel, it should be fine. So, I mean, to keeping that in mind, I think I will definitely look, at very least, I will look at the packaged fluid as an alternative to pipelines and that. I mean, I'm still going to need that kind of water availability, but at least if I can transport it a lot easier, then so this is the starter factory. This gives me all the resources I need to undertake this project, and this is the Citadel. Currently only configured up until phase 2. So this is like the smart plating layer. And the reason why there's phase 1 built here is because smart plating is used later on as well. Yeah, no, definitely, I agree. I hadn't actually considered the packaged water. I think I might have given it a thought a while ago. Oh, where'd that go? But, I hadn't really looked into it properly. So this is producing smart plating. There's 250 machines across the 2 levels. Here we've got automated wire, or sorry, versatile framework. So this doesn't look like much because these are just the machines. The logistics level, that's the fun bit. So this is the load balance logistics for versatile framework. And you've got the outputs coming out the top, and you've got all the inputs in the lower layers. Oh, those are missing. Well, that doesn't help at all. How did I miss that? Well, I soon would have figured it out, because when nothing's getting provided. And this is now for automated wiring. This is the logistics layer. So we've got all our belts coming in and getting distributed around our groups of machines. And we got our outputs coming out as well. The outputs go all the way down. So the input comes in and the output follows the same pathway. It goes all the way out, goes back, around, and comes out underneath here. You see that those belts down on the floor there? Those are the outputs. Yes, each floor has its own, and in some cases, like with the automated wiring, it's actually across 4 floors, just because of the sheer number of machines. So you've got a L1 and a P1, L2, P2, and so on and so forth, all the way up until P4. There's only one layer for versatile framework, and then smart plating has got its 2 levels with its production split across the 2, load balanced across the 2. And up the top here, you can sort of see the various layers. This is where currently we've got the space elevator currently placed. And we're at 196 meters at this point. So there's still a lot more to go up, and as the levels get added, the space elevator will move up. So you can see there's the one that's going to be operating, and the currently operational power plant for coal. So it goes all the way up. Currently the elevators are racked at 400 meters, but it's definitely going to go higher than that. So all of that is going to come in down in the bottom here, eventually through trains or monorail, but at the moment it would be predominantly beltways, like this beltway here. There you can see the pods. So that's a single node with 20 miners on top of it. Same one there. And that's placed using yeah, so that entire tower that is going to be dedicated entirely to the project assembly stuff. Alright, no problem, Rogue. Thanks for joining. We'll catch you another time. Have a good night. Got 25 more of these to place, and then we can do some connections. So, just in addition to your question about whether the machines will fit in all that place, so basically the ratio that everything's worked on, so, and that means all the way back to like the ingots and all the, the very basic items of what's actually needed. All of that is calculated on providing half a space elevator's requirements for each component for every phase per minute. So, for example, like if you see on the top right, I've got objective complete phase 2, right? To complete phase 2, I need 1,000 smart plating. So essentially, the calculation is I need to be able to produce 500 smart plating per minute. That's essentially how it works out. And that definition then defines what actually gets produced all the way back to the beginning. So how many ingots are needed, how much ore is needed, how many ingots are needed, how many plates need to be produced, how many screws need to be produced from how many rods, so on and so forth to produce the smart plating at the end of it. So that ratio is where everything else builds upon. So with that ratio defined, it means that I need so many miners, I need so many smelters and refineries and whatever to produce products all the way along the pipeline, and that applies the same to everything else. Like The AI stuff, the assembly director system, nuclear pasta, everything is governed by that definition. And that's how it feeds back. So if I want to downscale this whole thing, I just simply change the scale of what I want to produce per minute for the space elevator. And yes, I mean, I know the space elevator doesn't require so much per minute. It just requires a total number. But, you know, you do continue producing. So my challenge to myself was, how much can I produce of every product across the map all the time? And the rest will obviously just go, you know, to the sink and all that sort of thing. But technically, even once, you know, we've produced the items, they just continue getting produced because they use, you know, go further along. And, you know, traditional playthrough is you decide, well, I want to produce 500 ingots per minute. And you do that. And then you will, as you go along to your builds, you end up either creating mega factories for a particular purpose where you've got ingots and rebar or iron bars and whatever produced for that particular purpose in that factory, so the whole end-to-end process for that item, or you do larger mega factories dedicated to a single purpose. And that, you know, depends on how you want to play through and all that, as I'm sure you know. So, you know, you then just add as you need, but with no sort of link back to the original where you started. And that's where I've taken a different approach, saying, well, this is what I want as the end goal for all these, you know, project assembly items, which is actually what we're actually doing. What do I need to achieve that goal? And that's where the idea was born. So, literally working backwards, as such. Planning backwards. Getting close. This factory is so quiet, so serene before the madness begins. Yeah, I've moved it over a little bit. I ever wonder, would the auto connect work? Trying to... Would it work? No, it doesn't. Would be nice, auto-connecting to machines. That's the dream. Welcome who has joined. Doing a little bit of logistical placements. Very large movement. And finally, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Alright. That's that placed. So that's that's technically the easy part. Now it's the long, tedious part. Connecting it all up. I'm gonna just drop down. Okay. Let's see, do you think I can... Can't see it. Try the belt. Make sure it's actually connecting. Oh, it is actually connecting. Ah, cool. Means I don't have to delete stuff. Makes life much easier. Kill the volume a little bit on this. Equipment, chainsaw. What volume is it going to be? Factory volume? No? Consumables? I don't know what volume that is. Was it the reverb, maybe? Or I can just tell him not to turn the whole volume down. Where are we? That didn't make much difference. Standing a little bit further away, it makes difference. So, in case you're wondering, I'm not going to bother with floor holes because the connection is so close you actually can't see the belt on either side. So, there's no point in actually placing additional items for essentially no reason. So, place all done. Looks like it. I wonder if I can do this from the top. If I can do it from here. Let's see. That didn't work. So let's get up here. Also, the nice thing about not using the floor holes is it's only one object versus, well, what would be 3. So, especially, I mean, in this case, all it is just a visual aspect. I mean, if I was going from a height as such, then I would definitely use a floor hole. But in this case, don't need it. Nope. Where are my shortcuts? 2. There we go. I knew I'd miss it at some stage. And again. I'm just gonna stay up here. Jump. Last thing I know it's connected because that second arrow disappears. How far we got? Oh, we still got a long way to go. Damn. Felt like I was making some progress. Still got the pipes to do as well. pipes, and then the placement of the water extractors. Did it again. You know what's funny? I use the copy function more than I actually use my shortcuts. And all my shortcut bars have got something set up on it. But I just find it easier just to use the copy in many cases. There was that mod, I remember, still update 8 days. Let's see how far we've gone. The mod that would auto-connect your belts and pipes. Oh, we've done a fair amount. Where are we? I can't even see my... Where am I? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the 28 rows. Alright. We're getting there. Slowly. But we're getting there. Oops. See? I instinctively go for the copy. It's sitting a little uncomfortable. I still need to hook up the power grid too. I'm not so sure what kind of design I'm going to do to, you know, enclose all the power plants. The old factory over there is got these like shells. Each encased in their own sort of cooled shell, if you will. They got, like, I'm using those fan accessories and whatever. I mean, they do nothing, and just that visual aspect. Problem with those shells is they've got an immense number of items in them. Like 15 to 20 components in each of the shells. And I'm slowly realizing that as I go on building stuff, I'm going to be using a metric ton of items. For each build. So I've got to sort of think about how I use resources and all that. Number one, obviously, just, you know, the building of items, but also for the limits of the engine. The sheer size of this build. I think it could quickly become a problem, especially lag-wise. Maybe not so much for the Unreal Engine initially in terms of item limits, but the actual the engine being able to render stuff in that area without, you know, everything just lagging beyond reality. Still want to have a laptop at the end of this, and it doesn't get burned out. I missed. 672 times for the conveyor lifts, and then another 672 times for the pipes, and then 200 252 water extractors, 252 pipes connecting the water extractors, and then it's the power. The actual power connections. And it's not just the connection, it's making it look all nice and neat. And I think overall this structure, I'm not going to do anything too fancy. I mean, what I did, we're going to be able to see it, but there you can see the casings. There's an individual blueprint around each miner. And then there's one on the end and one on that end, specific design to cater for the ends of the thing. But you can see each one has got several wall units. There's those ones with the grates. There's the fans. There's 1, 2, 3, at least 3 walls high on each of them. So, I mean, you're talking is what's in between as well. So each module you're probably looking 6, 9, another maybe 12 on the side. So you could be talking at least, I was thinking 15, but I think it's probably actually more like 30 or more individual components per blueprint. And that's a lot of objects to render in a small space there. Especially with that, sort of detail. And yes, there's a lot of repetition, but it looks nice. But and then there's also the beams. There's beams on the top. There's 2 beams along the edge along the top. There's one on the side along the bottom. Yeah, it's not ideal. Like I said, looks nice. It was a pain to build in the first place. So I think I will go with a much simpler structure for this plant. Possibly completely closing up the logistics, or even just encapsulating the entire thing into a singular shell. Well, I mean, it'll be all the floor pieces and wall pieces and whatever, but something in line with the same sort of clean finish at the center. It's going to get dark again. Flashlight on. Now we got the nighttime ambience. Just gonna take a sip. I've only been going for an hour and 45 minutes. It's actually, I've gone through quite a bit. So that's quite surprising. I really thought I'd been here for much longer. Does sort of give me a little bit of confidence. It's not going to take as long as I thought it was going to take. Okay. Is that why does that look so... Is it supposed to look like that? These all look fine. This whole module spacing's all... It's connected. You can see it there. You can see the difference. No, I don't like that. Do it properly. Close you up. Get a copy of you. across. Edge down. Okay, yeah, the pipe's on the wrong side. What's with the color scheme? Okay, it's just applying the paint. Much better. I hope none of the others are like that. No, they look good. Can't see further than that. I think they look good. Hopefully. I mean, they are connected, but it'll just drive me nuts. When I find it after done all the connections, then I'll have to redo it, and it's like, or something else will not line up properly, and you've so meticulously planned it out, and to get a little bit of an anomaly like that, it's like, nope, doesn't work, sorry. Good stuff. Oh, we're nearly there. Oh wow, we are nearly there. And then it's pipes. And sadly, sadly more hopping around. Are you still there, Valius? Or have I put you to sleep already? Anybody else in the chat? You're welcome to say hi and ask any questions or pick my brain. Chat about something as mundane as the weather. Oh, that's actually talking about weather. I'm so looking forward to having weather back in Satisfactory. And I mean, previously it was just, I think, rain, if I remember, a long time ago. What was it? Update 5, 6, somewhere around there? I know they removed rain. I know they removed the weather effects. Update 7 or something. 8. I don't know. I can't for the life of me remember. The whole licensing thing, if I remember correctly. And I'm so glad to be... So glad that we're gonna be away from this perpetual sunlight. Oh, look, it's great to be building in the light and all that sort of thing, but... You know what would actually be... would add a challenge, right? So, I know this is like a tall ask and would change the aspects of everything, but if, like in real life, if the coal gets wet, it don't burn so well. So, like, I mean, you know, power plants in the real world that are coal generated. Coal burners. When the coal actually gets wet, it has to be dried out, or it drastically reduces the capacity of being able to burn capability. Just imagine that dynamic. Throwing that into the mix. Oh hey, your coal power plants are underperforming by 60% because the coal's wet. Yeah, no, maybe not. That's probably a dynamic that is, as it is, power is such a problem child. What about actual nuclear meltdowns? Like everything goes... I mean, we've all watched I'm Kibitz and his nuclear disasters with everything stopping working, and you know, all the nuclear waste builds up and turns the entire area into just a radioactive cesspool. But what if it actually had an effect on everything? Like on nature, on ooh. These ones were done. Oh, we got that last one to do. Just imagine the whole thing actually did go, you know, boom. Like your water provision comes to a halt. And instead of just, you know, shutting down, the thing overheats and well, you can imagine the rest. Okay, seriously, I need a jetpack. What is it going to take to unlock a jetpack? I know I've looked at this before. I tell you what, a jetpack would make life so much easier right now. Put my workshop. Need a flat section. I haven't got a jetpack at the moment, I don't think. Actually, hang on, you know what? Or was that... No, that wasn't a jetpack. I remember seeing a short on YouTube about a cave that had some stuff, but there wasn't a jetpack, it was the leg things. Man. So... how do I get a jetpack? This is medical, so that's not going to be it. No, that's not going to be it. It's not here. So how do I unlock a jetpack? Just going to do a quick search. Is it a hover pack? No, it's not the jetpack. It's the hover pack. That's what I'm looking for. The jetpack needs fuel. The hover pack just uses electricity. Ah, it's tier 7. Goodness. Oh man. I really would make such good use of that. So that's all the pipes there. Now we gotta go back. There we go. 2 hours. Yeah, that 2 hours is actually correct today, because I haven't done any reloads. going to take a different path today. Well, this time. No one else in the chat? So, I'm streaming to Kick, Twitch, and YouTube simultaneously. YouTube's receiving both. I don't know if anybody can hear me over there. That's noisy. YouTube is receiving both landscape and portrait, so mobile and TV/desktop. Come on. I don't know if going down and then coming back this way is... more efficient or anything, but it's certainly different and sort of breaks the monotony a little bit. I broke my music. Okay. As long as it's still working again. What was I doing? Pipes. Lots. And lots of pipes. I missed. Nearly finished the back row. That's not going to work. Nice thing is I can fix those things as we go. grinder at the end. Yay. Oh man, I think I need a 5-minute break. This is still got a lot to do. Long way to go. Right. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back. Well, I suppose I'm the one coming back. I see we got another viewer that's joined us during the break. Not sure from which broadcast. Is he broadcasting to YouTube, Twitch, and Kick at the same time? So, welcome. So, we got quite a few more pipes still to do. Oops. Wrong one. That one. So we got our connections from. Yeah. Stream reporting is not working so well today, it seems. get that far. That's okay. It's the next group anyway. No, wrong. There's a number of the new features that I'm looking forward to that are coming up in 1.2. Not on the experimental branch. For many reasons. One is the stability of my save. Two, there are several mods I'm quite dependent on, and thus that mods don't actually work in the experimental branch, or very limited in the experimental branch. I just don't want to deal with those issues. Because one of the very highly used mods that I make use of is the structural solutions. Oops. All the building pieces that I use come out of that. One thing I haven't used a lot of in my playthroughs previously is trucks. Purely because they've always been so buggy. And the new pathfinding pathfinding, path mapping, pathing. That's going to be pretty cool. That sort of makes it far more feasible. The problem I've always had, though, dealing with throughput and all that sort of thing, with train, with monorail, trucks. It's that calculation. I'm gonna go to the end and come back. It's that calculation that's always a problem, and how to actually deal with that. Because it's not easy. Always, because the problem is like the calculation of, you know, how many trains you need, how many cars you need for a particular product to get there with a particular throughput. I mean, I know there's the math and everything on the wiki, and there's various resources out there that you can use to calculate these things quite easily, apparently. It's just one thing that I've never really gotten into properly, because, well, you know. Did I miss this one? Yeah, I did. Huh. Okie dokie. Let me just get up there. It's because it's right at the end. I would have eventually found it because this whole bank wouldn't be producing any power. This is going to be the final set. Oh, final row. And let's go to number 4. Okay. This will be... then I've still got the power to hook up. I was going to say it'll be the final thing I need to do. At the top. Soon. Soon this will all be looked at. Can place the water extractors downstairs. And feeding, get that all power hooked up. And then finally, it's the their load balancing logistics and all the rest of it. A lot of wind. Oh, I forgot about the music. Wondered why it was so quiet. See, there's our resources. Sulfur coming in on our coal. And they will get load balance down. Seriously? They all center. Somehow they look like they're connected. I don't know how that's even possible, but that is definitely not right. You know what? These things are bound to happen. This will be the second one that I've had to reposition. That's alright. Not the end of the world. There's the music. We're just in a very low, soft song or something. Yeah, it's perfectly aligned. Bring it all the way across. And one back. Grab one of those. That's not connected. That's better. That's more like it. It's a good thing it's all one blueprint. Because if I'd done multiple blueprints, the cleanup would have been far, far worse. It's gonna get dark again just now. I think that will make it like the third in-game day. Just just this playthrough. Well, this session, should I say. Yep, there we go. Nighttime. So we've been going over, just 2 hours 45 minutes now. That's another hour since I last checked. And then I was still doing the conveyor lifts, so made some good progress. Takes time, but it's rewarding when it all gets turned on and it's providing power. What I might do Oh. Oh, that's it. There we go. That's all the top layer logistics sorted out. 672 beautiful coal generators ready to go. Well, the generators are. So you can see these two groups, their water is primed already. Now, I'm gonna have to do the priming of each of these to make sure that everything works. And then what I might do is, before I start providing the actual coal and see, I want to have that transition over, but no, the other coal will take over anyway. I'm thinking of priming all the generators with compacted coal before turning everything on. But it doesn't really matter actually, because this factory is still providing all the power needs of the world currently anyway. So this will switch over. That will reduce because all of these will shut down, because they'll be no longer producing compacted coal. It'll only be taking coal in. So what I did was, you can see it just there. I inserted an overflow coming through into there, so when there's no compacted coal coming through, coal takes over, and that's what these lines at the top here are actually doing. So that's now dedicated with just coal, because the sulfur and the coal, well, the coal's already cut off on here, but the sulfur will be cut off, and it'll be providing to this factory at various points along the way. So I got an each. Yeah, so that part's done. And you know what? I think I'm going to run along and hook up power. I'm just gonna establish one on the corner here. So currently we have capacity of 25 gigawatts. Production is currently just under that. Max consumption at 22 gigawatts. So you can see that's why I need power, because the current max consumption is there. Now obviously there's consumption of 6.5, and once these shut down, that'll yank out a little bit of power off the network, or add a little bit of power network back onto the network, should I say. But it won't be much. It's not going to make that much of a difference, because currently most of this consumption is the starter factory, and obviously the miners and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, we're literally at the brink of potential collapse in terms of the network if everything starts getting turned on. And the problem is, I've got nothing being provided to the Citadel at all, which is a problem. I need power to the Citadel, so I need resources. They've already got some tests plugged in. Don't do that, so... Oh. This is not going to make life easy, is it? Well, they had a little bit of resources. It's not actually showing the production capacity. Interesting. I thought it would. Trying to run. This is temporary until I figure out a better solution. That's the other thing, the native daisy chaining. That's coming in update 1.2. And amongst all the other features. Be able to do away with one of the bots. Too far. Oops. 700 connections we're making now. Oops. The spacing. Okay. Just needed to get the timing right. Missed that one. Go. Did I get it? Yeah, I did. Fill in the gap. Too eager. Alright. All that connected. Just by running the top. Missed that one. No. Too slow. Looks good. My hands are getting a cramp. How far have we got? Still got a long way to go. Oops. My tummy's all fat. Anyone in the chat? Oh, we got to go. Oh, we haven't got many more now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 rows left. Sure. It's just a little bit of a timing moment. Have a drink of water. My hands are rest actually. A little bit of a glitch there. Alright. Let's get back to it. Oh. Is that it? We're done. They're all connected. Well, we hope they're all connected. Wow. Damn. That was a lot of work. Don't suppose we'll see any... No, it's not going to report anything there. Not until we actually... Unless they start turning on. That's the only time. And here's the underneath. Now those two we need to sort out. They give a nice glow to everything. Alright. So this is now where I've got to set up the water pumps. I've actually, sorry, not water pumps, water extractors. The pumps are already there. Place the extractors down and hook them up essentially to both up the pipeline as well as power. All 246 of them to go. And give this a save. Oh, it's 2.5 hours since I last saved. Oh, it's autosave, but yeah. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a minute. And I'm back. Hey, Uberusu? And I'm not Uberusu? Not quite sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Thank you. I'm streaming from Sydney, Australia. Sure. What would you like to chat about? Chat here. Yeah, it is. It's cold at the moment. I think it's going into winter. It's not as cold as it can be yet, thankfully, but it is cold. It's getting colder. So what did you want to chat about? Where are you from? Okay. About what, though? We can chat now. I'm not going to do much else. I'm streaming, but happy to chat. My Discord is not fully set up, so... California. Nice. Which part? North, south? SoCal, NorCal? LA? San Fran? No, dude. I'm actively building, so no, I haven't looked at Discord. You could always ping me on Discord and add me there, and I can pick it up later. Same name. Yeah, no. It's all good. So you don't want to talk here, or? Oops. Well, you can add me as well. No issues. It'll be a little while before I'm finished, but yeah. So you can add me in the meantime. I can pick you up. Yeah. But that being said, I also want to set up my Discord a little bit. So shoot. This is not going to end well. Oh, it's shallow enough here. I can actually build something. Let's see how helping streamers improve engagement, grow the community step by step. Sometimes small things like stream setup, consistency titles, categories, networking, and viewer interaction can make a difference. Ah, so you're a promoter. Nah, it's all good, man. I'm not looking for promotion at this point in time. I am just doing my thing. I have no formal sort of like schedule or anything of that sort. I'm just doing it because I love doing it. So, yeah. I'm not interested in promoting, but thank you for the offer anyway. Hey, you wouldn't happen to be Oberus 1, would you? Same bloke. Yeah, don't take those followers for granted. There were a bunch of followers that were added by a unscrupulous promoter when I did not request it. When I hadn't engaged in any services. They are fake profiles, which I'm having removed from Kick. I'm actually questioning my want to continue doing Kick streaming anyway, for that very reason. Nah, I'm all good, thanks man. I don't want. I will do my own growth my way. Again, thank you for the offer, but look, I'm not going to say it again. I said no thank you. So either you accept that and you enjoy the stream, or I will ban you. Simple as that. I don't appreciate being nagged. I've said no multiple times. I don't appreciate being asked again and again and again for the same thing when I've already said no. sure you acknowledge what I'm saying. You're killing the mood of my stream, man. So, I'm not interested in you selling your wares. Obarushu, do you understand? I don't want to be banning people. I just need you to appreciate that I'm not interested. While you might run a great service, you might have helped other people, I'm not interested at this point in time. And there is no plan for it in the future. So please, if you can just acknowledge that, that's great. And then we can move on with the stream. I'm listening. I'm waiting to hear your acknowledgement. Because I don't want it. I was very clear. I do not want promotion at this point in time. I have no plan for it. I have no need for it. My sincerest apologies for that, chat. I've just had to ban someone because they just won't get it. This is not working. This is a problem I've had before. It's over deep water. Just make sure we lined up. I could just copy these with Satisfactory Planner, but where's the fun in that? Yeah, the back row is obviously going to be a problem. Wow, I don't know where I got 19 viewers from. That's great. Thank you. Welcome. I'd like to see you all say hi. Be great. I'm going to just do the power on this one because I want to check that everything's good. It seems like even though I've got the platform underneath, it's still going to have an issue with. There we are. With the deep water. Okay. They will saturate, fill up, and move on. don't think we need this extra joint here. It's just an extra resource for nothing. Alright. So those will saturate in time. They're busy filling up, so that's fine. Alright. It's gotten really dark here. Okay. I just need to take a quick break. Apologies for this. Alright, back at it. What were we doing? These things. Where's my music? There we go. This is going to be a slow process. It'd still be faster than manually lining up every time. Just a couple of tabs across. Get it set up. Looks like we got deep water here as well. How am I going to do this? No. I think I messed that up. must be placed on deep water. It is on deep water. So that one's going to be a bit manual. Oh no, not this one too. You know what? This is... This is going to be a challenge. I can't even get up there. That happened. Oh. It helps from jumping too. Let's go, yeah. Oops. I'd love to know where I'm getting all these followers from. Because I'm not seeing any stats, so... Yo, follow if you are... Well, sorry, not followers, viewers. If you're watching on whichever stream you are, I'd like to say hi. Give a wave in the chat. Only 15 minutes rest. That's quite the benefit. that. There's going to be some connections that are going to be done. Alright. So those look like they're primed as well. Didn't mean to fall off. So I'm just wondering whether it's going to just be easier using Satisfactory Calculator to copy the rest of these, because this water alignment is... Is that lined up? I think it is. Yeah. It's actually lined up. Oh, that was a nice surprise. How am I going to do this? I need to be able to get across these things easily. I think I need to start setting up some platforms, because otherwise I'm just going to make my life very difficult. Yeah, there we go. I think let's do this. Much better. It's 8. Two by 4. Yeah. Down. Alright. So now I can fall off this. Let's do the same thing for the next group. Oh. Same rule applies. With all my kick viewers like to say hey. Because it seems I got 14? 15 views on kick. This is pretty good. At least I'll be able to move around a little bit easier. Oh. This will be my last broadcast to Kick. Be moving away from Kick and going purely YouTube and Twitch from the next stream onwards. Ooh, that one we can delete that. Let me get back to the front. It's a big building. It's going to be quite something when this all kicks on. Alright. I think we're going to call this episode here today. It's getting late. Get some stuff organized. And yeah. I think it's a good place to end the stream. I will probably do a little bit more work offline, like the placing of the water extractors. That's going to be a slow, monotonous process, as if half this episode hasn't been slow and monotonous. But yeah, I think we can leave that here today, and then we'll catch you all in the next one. And yeah, save this up and. Oh, shoot. I think we can call that... Ah, damn it. Whoops. I went load. Have I lost what I did? Yes, I have. Oh no, this is a load game, so let me go back to the autosave. Okay. Let's finish this up. How much have we got here? There's a whole section. It shows what happens when you get finger trouble. Alright, I'm going to call it in this episode, and I will see you in the next one. And hopefully with less finger boo-boos than this. And yeah, have a good one, and bye for now.